Oh, we're all screened. Hello, gamers. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Jofu. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, man. You guys see that cruise stuff? The Northern Line cruise. Real. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's real. Also, way too expensive. Fine, jet lag. Yeah, it's fair, it's fair. My work was good. I should have worked more on the project, to be honest. I spent a lot of time not working on it. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh man, Northern Line cruise real. But I just throw it. I don't think I would go. I don't think I wanted to go on that cruise, just cause you know, it's so expensive, and also, what am I gonna do? Oh my god. It's my goal, Northern Line, and I just don't do anything for the rest of the cruise. Trip is 1.9k. Yeah, that's too expensive. This is so expensive. They're bad for the environment. Also, like, imagine you have to get like transportation to the cruise terminal, which is in Florida, so we have to fly there, and then like, I don't know, go on a cruise too. I don't know, man. Too much, too much. But if you're going, I hope you have fun. If anyone is going, hopefully have fun there, I guess. Hopefully it's not bad. You're slightly tempted since you've never been on a cruise before, but then you woke up. Yeah. Understandable, understandable. But man, he really loves the cruise life, I guess. He would love the sweet life on deck with Zach and Cody. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Disney Channel, Cole Sprouse, Dylan Sprouse type beat. Alright, maybe we should just get started. I remember correctly, we're about to start the trial, yeah. October 23rd. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I last was allowed to work in the court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Atmosphere in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. This is the third one, I think. Third one in this store. Hello, Claire. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity. Oh, this is Bryn's high score. But are you telling me it's fitted to some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? It's the World Fair teleporter one. I think it's all in your mind. Oh yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruto? I'm telling you into this trial to save my life. Save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. Hello, Sam. Welcome. After establishing that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. But we know what really happened. The guy who blew up in the explosion was an animatronic. Hello, Taco. Welcome. Hey, you got your plushie. Nice. There's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruto. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Who are you? Mr. Sholmes, I know it's good to see you here. That's what I'm saying. Oh, he's welcome. That was very mean, Reno, leaving me alone at home like that with Hurley. Took me at least an hour to wake him. Are you? Herlock Sholmes? You're still boxed up. Indeed, sir, I am P. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard about all your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Oh yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. The introduction of this Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Oh yes, a memorable case indeed. Sir the Snake, I seem to recall. No, that was a speckled Ben. Oh, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint him, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Two Spells. Are your waxwork job? Gonna be a statue again? No, the wax reduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. So you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Louis' wages depend on it. It's just a safe return in the waxwork naturally. As such, I intended to give you my undivided attention. Oh well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be simple as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. Until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford any pie of any description. Oh, then you must give it your full attention, Hurley. Quiet, Iris, quiet. But life is real with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have quite an insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I understand. Somewhat a little starstruck. I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, well, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little ground in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as its super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation, as such as attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But Professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he firmly believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can be done. It can barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barked up the wrong tree. Hello, Zero. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. How can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And sad contradiction that would be at the heart of the case of this trial, no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Well, we already know it's not real. I'm pretty sure there was an animatronic inside the whatchamacallit. Inside the machine there's an animatronic, and the guy died inside the crystal tower because he was trying to be like, oh look, it works, so I can get the government grant or something. Hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Let's say you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That's not ominous. Counsel for the defense and defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Wrong way. Experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. Any scientist is convinced that it did. That's the rule you have to unlock here, Rinosuke. That's the key to this case. I see Exit 8. No, is that the Japanese game that was turned into a movie recently or something? Is that what you're talking about? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're sitting today for a public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready, my learned Japanese friend. Defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, so once more. Why'd you disappear like that? I went out Susato-san today. It's like that dead wife flashback or something. But she's not dead, she's just in Japan. Oh, is it just my imagination, or does the air feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say, I recollect the victim in this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court and prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. My learned alchemist. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. Really, I thought he got banned or something from Twitch.tv. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that, as Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of his actions as accused, Professor Hairbrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. This is you ready to fulfill your societal duty. Oh my god, it's Abe Lincoln. But he's no beard, and he doesn't have black hair. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends a shiver down my spine. Is that a magician? It's all experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, government trials. All are nothing more than performances. Are you a scientist? At least for his cause, the father's reputation of science deserves to be hung. What is this? Why is there a Tom and Jerry eating corn character here? We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and so for one, that's it, isn't it? Or isn't that that's a Bobby that was sleeping inside the wax museum? Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Audible look-alike. Again. He's as close as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we have here in charge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one else was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So you're open to statement, please, or Benjix. At the heart of this incident is technology never been demonstrated before anywhere in the world. One of the science's latest developments, I take it. Government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. Jesus Warren's keep normally takes it off. Technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. Scientists assemble human subjects using extreme high voltage electricity. And the flesh is really big, right? Beam them instantaneously to another spot where they're subsequently reassembled. Such a thing even within the realm of possibility. Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. This is someone people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking. The whole idea is absurd. Hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sure, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. Since expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement, it's impossible. What does the prosecution feel on the matter? Prosecution was sure that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. The music comment is so funny. What rot? Udar. Professor's current hypothesis is under investigation by the British government. If it's deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant will be made available. Chris made use of his invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life. In order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Benjix. Prosecution stand is clear. When you now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. I'm guessing it's gonna be what's his face. Gregson. Bailiff, show the first witnesses stand. When you say your name is occupation for the court. Yes, sir. Vice Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty the day of the demonstration. In charge of following an investigation. Albert Harebrain, scientist. were born in England, but you've been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright. Incredible explosion. But the science was a success. Hesitates kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Because there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. How much is undeniable, as shown in the photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Taken inside a crystal tower, I take it. Centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. It seems that the victim ran straight into it. I see. Submit the photo as evidence. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odia's man. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. I see. Summarize the situation. The defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine, my poor splendid machine. Saw it yesterday, didn't you? Couldn't even examine the records thanks to the special dispossession for the Scientific Equipment Act. What, the wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident, deliberate, or malicious act? It's really simple, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could say that with complete sincerity. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I believe we'll better proceed to formal testimony. You explained to the court on one ground you claim this experiment had been a front for murder. The corpse that went crashing into the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam of projection, that's all. That's my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where it has been clearly stabbed by something sharp right in the chest. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, The victim was also stabbed in the heart. Information I would have really liked to heard from someone other than the judge. Coroner said that death would have been instant from a wound like that. Could say in fact that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted by the security team. The victim himself stood inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. Blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Currently, the kinesis resulted in a bird cage materializing in mid-air. From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word, one assumes that the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine's just too powerful. Honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Fortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon, what are you saying? This is an autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Prosecution would like to enter to the court record. Request is granted, counsel. They're in person, you know, it's a whole ludicrous performance. Hemorrhage of a wound chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. And the only other person on stage with Mr. Asman was a disgraceful excuse for a scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh yes, my lord. I need to focus here, it's been a while. Hello, casual commander, welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Hold it!
Broken neck. Are you suggesting that it's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly, which highlights some doubts about this whole rum business. What's that? Either the kinesis was a success. Ah. After the explosion, the cage fell inside, suddenly out of nowhere in the middle of the air. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. I'm good, hope you're doing well. Remind us, Professor, what is the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
The range of projection is critical, is it? You calculate it yourself personally. Absolutely, the calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, it's right, that's the point. Calculation is so complicated, even I could make a mistake. People fall for that brazen confidence. I should try it. I took into account that the subject's height, weight, wind direction, ambient temperature. Consider every possible variable. I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, you have to include the weight of Mr. Asman's clothes at the time, I suppose. Ah. Harako comments, the answer should have been 3. So much for safety first, but the 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
A fatal injury, you say? Doesn't make any sense. I don't think I spell this out, but here we go. Just because there was 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean that I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, was it? Does it? 2 right. Obviously at first we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. Seeing that's not the case. Put your answer once I felt about fish and chips. If you don't keep buying it every second. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that it was the cause of death. Fine. That's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
On the Northern Line cruise? I don't think so. I don't think I'll go on an NL cruise. It's too expensive. The fans knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew this as well. I could only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Hello, Omni. Welcome. Sarcastic and insincere, thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were used in the demonstration, one was of particular interest. This. Oh yes, so for some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Hanzo? There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew, of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've met them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Would you guys go on the NL cruise? I don't know, man. Isn't it very expensive? Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, prove that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... His blood would beyond all reasonable doubt. No, that's not all. The long sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with his victim wound. What? You don't like cruises? Fair enough, fair enough. Order. Court would enter this friend and defendant as evidence. So what if Professor Herbert poses a murder weapon? Great. This is blood, Mr. Asmund went down. This is a problem looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver as lodged in the grill for the kinesis machine. Which definitely could be important information, so I should make note of it. What grounds you have for saying that? Khan, you really need to ask. There are only two people on the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odiah's man, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. You knew for certain before the experiment the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own two eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
Great Scott!
However, someone else on stage with the victim could have possibly done it.
Excuse me!
Mr. Hairbrain, do you have some information that might be relevant here? Professor? Oh, sorry. I was just calculating the optimal coefficient of electrolysis to separate the molecules of the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though he has something to say. I was ready to regret his last remark. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, that's right, of course. You just said nobody else could have done it, didn't you? That's right, who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but... There's no way I could have stabbed Mr. Asmund, as you say. Eh? Explain please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. Humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood continues to run through our veins. I'd heard. Surely you see, if I plunge someone the size of Andrew in some man's chest, the whole stage will have been a bloodbath, or a blood swimming pool. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And none of them claimed to see a swimming pool of blood. I suppose not. You see? Not one. True. I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Odar, Odar. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I ever drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends abducting. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barack. But I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. We've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. Have? Particular situation in which very little bleeding would have resulted from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Spatter, lie in the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well, you'll amend your formal testimony now, Miss Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beaten through the air. Well, we know that's not true, right? Because this was found in the machine.
Objection!
See that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. But is that unequivocal? There was no blood in the experimentation stage. But that is where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend. Even on your side of the world. Yes, but this screwdriver, thing is, we actually saw it on the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor of the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I wanted to pick it up, but an detective stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Ah, well, now that you can't mention it, yes. Inspector, I would really to understand your permitted defense counsel to investigate. That you contravene the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Hey, no, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't touch a thing. This is true. Screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? This tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. Then it shouldn't still been on the stage. Ah. That's right, it should have been beamed across the projectile along with Mr. Asman. But it found still lodged in the victim's chest. I don't know, what guys got a good idea for a hashtag? I don't know. Oda, how do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. Looks still has everything that the victim had on his person move with him when he was beamed. Screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been being with the destination as well. You. Oh, wrong button. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying this is instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord. Prosecution is unable to explain the inconsistency in this argument. The lawyer will conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Oven's use his stomach. Why would you say hold it? Aren't you on your side? You have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. Where's that the equation, hold? Listen, Harako, don't worry. About what? I'll delve into the details. There is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest. My trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on stage is consistent with my calculations. Why would you say that? We're trying to get you off the hook here, man. Why would you say something like that? It would seem that your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused explanation. Or should I say this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just want to find inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientist. Oh well, the defendant will testify again. Why is the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold? In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. Hypothesis says that kinesis cannot transfer metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Is his glasses not made of metal? In other words, the point raised by Mr. Harako isn't inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have the duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Also, isn't your blood made out of metal? There's iron in your blood, right? So the thrust of her testimony, Professor, is... Based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. other words, the screwdriver is made of metal. Evil remained lodged in the victim's chest. A subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. Therefore, Professor Albert Harebrant could still be the killer. Great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Harako. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? Very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Just fire away, Mr. Naruto.
Hold it!
Hypothesis stated, so isn't proven then. Oh no, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but it's a good one, based on thousands of calculations. But it's widely known that the metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, I'm so right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? This whole reason. Birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage. Yes, that's what I call the sea obtusa cage. In which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. The jail cell in which the victim was detained does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I think he did not refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, my lordship. Sure, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis will be left behind in the stage. It was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It fits perfectly with the mathematical model. Hello, Shimura, welcome. Yeah, the cruise. But the ultimate conclusion then, the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury upon the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. Someone beat me out of this nightmare. Can I just present this photograph of him wearing his glasses?
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing but a metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that correct? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, you have to look closely at this photograph that was taken in the scene. Particularly, I'll let you pay attention to the victim's face. And close to that, Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What, metal? No, metal can. That's not metal. No! Our established that the proposed murder weapon, screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, she also predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found on the same place. My hypothesis! Professor Herbert, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. I did not finish the project. I'm so bad, guys. Order. Console was the implication of this. If on the day in question, alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, it is entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something here, as capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. History number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there is one thing I simply cannot abide. That is a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott, are you serious? My science is suspect? Just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Oh, the tea did arrive. Thank you. I haven't gotten the chance to try it, though. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say that record drummer machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. Protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Alright, later, so thanks for watching. What the devil is the Bastard Act all about, eh? Who made that daft rule? I like the way this seems to be going. The best way for me to help the professor. Raise an objection. Wait and see. I don't know. What would I even raise an objection about?
Objection!
Professor Hepburn is yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine and display in the public. He would also have no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He has an obvious reason to do exactly that. It's loose leaf tea. For the research grant money. Ah. Everyone was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators will have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10. You're on an order of magnitude down, madam. 500 pounds a year. Oh wow. I could have earned some for much years. Society has noticed an increase of bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest size of the funding cake. People agree with planning motive from murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. How about this is sound, please, you must believe me.
Objection!
I like blue leaf tea too. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that this experiment was a success. Barack. Therefore, the person who could have committed this murder is the accused. Barack. Where is he heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. It's for forensics. Prosecution would like to summon a new witness to the stand. New witness? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Let me guess, this is Gino. Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the witnesses to the incident. Prosecution stands clear. Experiment was no pastiche. Accused killed a financier victim. They're on public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. It's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We should take a short recess now. During which time the prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, go to the jury for 20 minutes. To be continued. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now, or rather... What on earth are you playing at all along? Hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes on it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said that you proved the dry explosion was an accident, not murder. So you keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. All I've done so far was try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. Said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. I also told you that I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. I thought there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I run through some equations, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no. You're right, you're so right. It's all my fault. Now I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. But that might be a little over the top. While we're on the subject, what about Barack? He's being awful. Claiming his old friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, he's a ripper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore. Oh, he's definitely one of those things, I think. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Oh yes, what? The machine and demonstration in prayer, they're based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There's no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn from the firm belief that the science was the future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Harako, you must believe it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel defended. Prosecution witness is ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make her way to the courtroom, please. It all hinges on the demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis was sound as he claims, here's him, the only person who could have possibly killed the victim. On the other hand, Mr. Sholmes is adamant. Practical implication, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witness to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Benzies, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. Prosecution sins remained unchanged, though it ended in tragedy. The demonstration on that day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual that present on the common at the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witness who was proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Okay, Genie is there. I don't know who those other two people are though. Witnesses, say your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the... Oh, I get it because you're Balloon. Balloon. The vicinity of the experimental stage. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ornstein. Oh no, little German boy. Oh mein Gott, they're serving Kunst or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? That one? That meme? I have come to see the great exhibition from all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. We have an Sherlock Holmes degrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got up one of those balloons. It was amazing. Gina again. But she did mention that she's seen the disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she could loved every minute of it, Jerry. She loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw the events unfold from the skies above. It'll make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only its altitude circa 60 feet. Very low. Well, can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? "60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give a formal testimony for the court. I'll describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. It was an incidente terribile. I am grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There was a huge bang on the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, A cage appeared out of nowhere. Cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing into the tower. Most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Can I just clarify something? There was a detail in the witness testimony that I've not heard mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. Well, I guess this balloon blew up or something. Demonstration began. The balloon carrying the witnesses was around here. There are other balloons in the nearby area as well at the time, carrying passengers as well, to be clear. As far as power is being supplied to mission for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. So-called bird cages containing the victim disappeared from the stage a moment later. Second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. Bird cage flares on the side explosion, subsequent to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes, with a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Little German boy, why do you keep buying balloons? Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a very young noble of Bohemian royalty. Probably disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I am in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in this testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. Point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiate the facts for the court. I guess I'm in a very German time in my life or something. Namely, that despite an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Furthermore, until the police arrived, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecutor's view on this matter are quite clear. So, the defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Little German boy. but that doesn't really.
Hold it!
Because doesn't the explosion happen next to the balloon? There are 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. CC, all 3 of them are bellissimi bambini. They are very populous in your... Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Let's have all the luck. I got up there for free, I didn't. Play the old I work for Her Majesty's Police card, you know? Tetris have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you be only operating a small number of balloons though? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into each other. Operators for the balloons are decided by lots, with each operator emitting a particular area. C. And the zone above public experimentation stages are most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the core has a clear picture of the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps you can see what you actually wasn't in. I can fill you in there, my lord.
Hold it!
So I just saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep. Isn't it amazing what the detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto. Being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. That's fun anyway. Could you give us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it and all. That dodgy cove climbing in the cage, that dodgy professor pulling levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. They're describing the moment that the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang right in my ear. Look around, and there was a huge gray fireball falling right into the side. Was that the German boy? And nothing else there.
Excuse me.
As regards, does your memory of that day differ? My elementary teacher, my teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use your first name. Oh yes, what is it again? Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund Ornstein. Just the forename, son? Point is, you have something to say. It's something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps. Or, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at this moment? That is not what I saw. Oh, that was what you saw? Yeah. There was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloons. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there. Next, a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school says that when someone is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians proud to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. Green balloon? Tell you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. You guys say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Alright. To put in the bleeding royalty card, yeah. Typical. Says the orphan would like to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Oh, that must be where this is from.
Hold it!
Green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Heck. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying birds never explode for the same reason planets never explode. It's logical. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Ma die. I will have the army come and shoot all your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored around here, perhaps we can return to the testimony. You also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon. Oh no, I did not see explosion myself. However, cage fell in the sky. I didn't go look into that cage, but no one went after it crashed into the tower. Got to present a piece of green cloth. I don't know, is it? No, it's not. Isn't about like Siemens is odd. So whoever the current position in your absence, Hansel. I already looked at this.
Hold it!
You see that actually happened? No, in reality it did not. So after it hit the tower, There's a ground confusion around the stage. I ran to see what happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. Suppose I hurt his livelihood. But when I looked in the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestron. That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you give us or keep people away? Eh? Here's your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So, cause I wasn't invisible, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked and all over the panicking switches as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I tell ya. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see inside the cage because of the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really is certain that the demonstration was genuine. What if it's some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Two explosions would have thrown everyone watching to panic for sure. I think I need to see, find out more what people saw at the time.
Objection!
Mr. Loon, in your testimony, said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they were caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder, might know what this is. I think it might be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is a large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from very thick rubber lined. Thick fabric lined with rubber. You did not want it to rip while you were in the sky. Just as I thought. This was a closet found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Mr. Gotts testifying, a green balloon indeed did explode that day. Eh? If all balloons in the sky but the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. That's what I say. Balloons split a thing. Why did the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. And oh no, having to spend 10 whole pounds for the experience. How awful. Seems like those things crash 50% of the time anyways. Serious cases did occur, but after the explosion on stage, the point of the materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but that changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That the person has died in balloon incident. There is no need to get fired of, Mr. Loon. The victim was a sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. Serious impossible. Why? Of course, more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Hi. You can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this balloon until now. My lord. Defense calls further testimony for Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up this issue of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will supplement your testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell into the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. Can't get away from the fact that burnt-out bear cloth was found at sea in Kenya. And the coppers at the yard recommend some debris thrown from an explosion on the stage. The super ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Is there assertion that the balloon this child saw does not one belong to you? See, exactamente. If we even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not decide of it. It's very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. What happened to all that war? Sterling doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witness statement. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard about that, my learned friend. Situation clearly has changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. So you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Why does the boy have a head bandage though? He get hurt somehow?
Hold it!
Couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. I believe I could mistake something so grand and expensive. I took the liberty of having Inspector Grayson check this man's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly states a total of 3 balloons. Very no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Rod could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. You said kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, and the boss bought it. And said he had to go himself in that case. Oh, this was probably the balloon that they set up for the fake teleportation. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. I don't know, Mr. Loon, tell me. What is it that keeps the balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? It's like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas as lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe. Magic gas? Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. Alright, so my characters, I don't know, Ace Attorney added more people to cross-examine. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. That magic gas is not like fire. Even a small stack of static electricity could cause the whole entire balloon to explode. What's the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sure. Well, if you still say that's what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Lin had 3 balloons that day. None of them were damaged, and what was the one that exploded? Why is he looking at us like that? I was surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you say that the search for the area for a stage for clues? Nah, I'm not to pick himself off the ground, me. I was worried way better, dive into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the creation would crash into there's a tower, didn't it? It's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Or listened to you. You stumble a bit across the balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could've risked you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was a talk of some scorching on the ground. We had a meeting about the investigation. The very thorough from this explosion.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the codes we were watching were caught in an experiment. Oh, watching the experiment were caught in a blast and injured. Put out the old contraption and killed over it. I haven't even considered that. seemed that there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police did not miss the torn envelope in the balloon. Because further Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? The merits so pleasure. No, what would we do without his fish and chips? He wouldn't be Gregson anymore. None of that all matters. A scrap of blue means nothing. Niente.
Hold it!
I mean, the color is wrong. Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yeah, a piece of green cloth is found in the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I don't know how that came to be. For the sake of argument, let's just say a balloon did explode above the stage. And you couldn't have concluded that it happened in the day of question. Why not? There were recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating before the Great Exhibition. One could have explored in an earlier date, unfortunate as I'm sure you'd agree. Would have been from an earlier balloon accident that produced the exhibition. His face when he turns his head is so funny. Sí, exactamente. As the senor says, it's not from one of my balloons. Look at this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me!
He's very mad. It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Orbstein. Where's on the tip of my tongue? Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all of Bohemia. Speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. We do not have the evidence, Ragazzo, that I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps you let the judge be decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? Give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. But why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. This is not the last one, this is the third one. Good gracious, what? I had not been in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, of the balloon. And then since it continues Kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really, you did take one. But all I wanted was to ride a balloon. I was not interested in more experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. It's in black and white. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed a word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person that made the camera. Why is this where? Where? That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Even his cry is bohemian. Where? Very well. Where was this photograph as evidence? It is not my fault. It is the fault of the person that made the camera. Oh, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful CPR members to take home with you. It's empty. Why is it empty? Okay, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. Don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was a very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Both asked me, this back of my photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. I'm guessing you didn't say fig there. As I thought, Mr. Lawrence's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to see another fourth balloon. Mr. Lawrence vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge would be mistaken about the number that were in the air. So the secrecy must tell something, I'm sure. I guess we have to pretend that there's no passengers in this balloon.
Objection!
Fortunately, the photograph Master Gods took couldn't tell us the color of the balloon. Couldn't tell us something else, something critically important. What? Just that the pusher balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right. Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. No makes sense otherwise. See, they're all for pleasure for sightseeing view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pusher balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, was a fourth balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. A serious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I want to tell you one thing. This balloon was not carrying passengers and it's not one of mine. Oh my god, this balloon's blowing up.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. But one of them, such entrepreneurs, decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. He managed to operate balloon flies on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. TC, the competition, tried to steal my profits. Did not notice because the experimental that went so wrong on the stage. Oh, Beef, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Ultimate balloon, this fourth balloon exploded at the same moment Mr. Asmund banged out the stage from below. Alright, so the scraps have only gone after and left all them scorch marks. Didn't cover the stage at all. This is a balloon raining down. Cause no one was in it, they get no attention. Serious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floated over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A trail balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader, but has nothing to do with the case. And its relevance as a Luma, I must say. Poor is suffered and I see sufficient evidence over the ample testimony already. Prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really, have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. First minds are made up and not in our favor. What's can this photograph tell us is there's nothing more we can learn from it. Oh, there's something being shot at the balloon right there. You could see it. It's streaking.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen, Dre, wait. Please don't give your decisions, Dad. Photograph from Master Gods. Maybe very well hiding a more vital clue. What's that? Vital clue?
Objection!
Well, past the point of return for mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. Tell the court. The cause of the explosion. You can reasonably assume that the pusher balloon was destroyed by the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently. Because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been falling. Then the balloon filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? I that this photograph requires a closer examination. Answer for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely enough, it's plain to see. We're showing this link to another piece of evidence we have. You know what? This is an unbelievable conclusion. Though that substance is relevant in being exploded.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous, like a ladybug or something. Hey look, there's a bright white line that appears pointing directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught instantly on the film. Where I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably a flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? Could have been a finer day. Wait, I'm looking at fire. What a fire! That is different balloon like an arrow. Indeed. With my aging eyes, it appears to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting that the flame struck the hydrogen gas-filled balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could have possibly reached that high.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion. The clear piece of evidence found the scene of the crime reveals exactly how it happened. What evidence? Such evidence exists, Counsel. So for goodness sakes, present it, man. Which evidence is the crossbow?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree in the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? Arrow dipped in oil instead of lye could have been shot from this weapon. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that the crossbow was used deliberately? Wow, but you're right. The streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Explosion in the balloon it was. Very likely the result of forming an arrow from the crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside of it. No. Hold on. Also, this is extraordinary supposition. The Emmas used to cause the balloon to explode. True creatures are gone, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that wouldn't have been out of question. Notice the discharge, of course. That's right. Using a crossbow, a projectile could have been fired at the balloon silently. Oh yeah, if someone had shot a gun off at the exhibition grounds, it would have caused real panic. The big explosion there was a very big panic already, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to find a plausible explanation for this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
You understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend. Flame arrow did indeed hit the balloon, that obviously would have exploded. The birdcage appeared from the cloud smoke that ensued. Well, wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed into the sky after all? Or what? Goodness me. Now I understand what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance. And the birdcage is concealed inside the balloon all along. What? I hear that correctly, Consul. Still going back now. The horse has been bolted. Let's assume, as I said. Okay, let me get a drink for a second. Let's assume as a sign that the birdcage was hidden inside a green balloon from the start. On stage when the experiment started, birdcage in the kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, a flaming arrow was fired from the ground. Causing the green balloon to explode, drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll agree it's entirely plausible. What you described as the truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you describe is no science experiment. It's child's play. Couple display stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and I said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way I could explain what happened that day. In the case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? I might put in a word as a man of magic myself. Social player discrepancies can be easily explained by simple deception. Theory number 3. All that was needed was a doppelganger. Someone looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. Have this bomb man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double. Oh yes, of course. So in fact, Asman must have been concealed inside a birdcage that was concealed from the start. How was he breathing? The balloon was filled with hydrogen. How was he alive? Unless he was already dead, is that what you're saying?
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside of it would have been scattered to 4 winds as it exploded. No one would ever embark on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Sure, number 4. Palm balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Pure ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns, but that is unavoidable. But not to such an extent that render this whole obscene charade impossible. It doesn't really look burnt though. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. Fortunately, that both the scene of the Star experiment was no accident. All part of an elaborate deception to make it Hear that instantaneous continue. Instantaneous kinesis has occurred. Oh goodness me. What is what happened? Because the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present in the public experimentation stage to begin with. The body double was on stage, but the body double was also an animatronic, I'm pretty sure. It was a wax model. In short, could have been killed by the defendant who was in stage view the whole time. It will be very hard for the prosecution to encounter. No offenses can credibly maintain that Professor Herbert is a suspect now. I feel like Professor Herbert is not very happy about your explanation. Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? We can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's this about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Harako Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odi Asman. It's because he doesn't want to believe that his experiment was not real. So it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Order. Phoenix, explain this on confession.
Objection!
Mr. Herbert, what are you talking about? Well, I said all along, I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine. Standard equipment is all a trick, an all elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it'd be all over. Proof the hypothesis will be laid bare, I mean, dignity of it. It's clear that you drew plans for experiment, but you didn't actually build it. Quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. But just let me I can prove. Rock. Yes? I'll cooperate, I'll do whatever you say, I swear. So please, hear that special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is here to protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy as I drink from my hallowed chalice. Oh my god, I almost got it right. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my Nipponese friend. What? His upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of accused confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. Prosecutors then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if the knowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental to the victim's murder, every chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. All counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Well, Professor Harako and my client actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to tell what's implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request to see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has the knowledge of all English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Naruto. There's no escape here. I must make a choice. Herlock, please help us. It's an impossible one. I have to go with something, but what? Defense asserts that the defense instantaneous kinesis machines was in fact what? Conjuring trick or proper scientific investigation. Ugh, you can't say it. Oh, I can't say it. My father puts faith in me. I can't let him down. Oh my god, is it him? Herlock? What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What the? Susato, how'd you come here? Hello, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long. Susato-san? Oh, it's her objection theme. I never thought I'd hear this again. Oh. My first Susato takedown in 6 months. We're time to talk later, Miss Naruto. First, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Working out whether I not what to give up or what I can protect. Where's your hairbrain? Oh yes. I say you told me that the science in the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. First, I believe that you did not stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? The experiment and the machine that you brought with your victim are questionable. The truth behind us, but we must both pursue now. Why? The coach is back finally. So you've opened your eyes. One. As for you, Albert, can't ignore this any longer. Haven't heard my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say? Barack. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I never heard him speak that way before. True, if there's one thing, something I remember that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor? That might have any distinguishing features. What did he look like? Tall, taller than me, and thin, thinner than me. Short hair, sure, and wider than mine. Let me see, one lens led me to a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. One thing will positively help you identify the man. See, I know him very well, after all. He's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? Right, Mr. Osmond introduced me a year ago. What kind of name could this guy have? He's a man by the name of Enoch Drubber. Enoch Drubber. Enoch Drubber. This must mean something. Members of the jury seem flustered. Now I name that any scientist which is here. That man's an abomination. What? Now I name that any conjurer which is here either. Who on earth is he? This is the first tale nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Plus, Minute, welcome. Let's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but stage show in the end. Obviously, the rascals are after the government's research money. Musicians are in need of money. I've heard them resorting to these honor-hand tactics. Some acquaintance of mine with experiments of these have mentioned Enoch Drubber's name before. Man's both an engineer and a musician. Yes, we're dealing with unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drubber for you. So it was true then. My invention. A great machine. It was just a grand illusion. Considering what we heard about Mr. Drubber's character, I'm sorry to say that it sounds recently likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Why are you so opposed to having it be investigated, I presume? I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would go over my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick or work of deception, everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? Of the true nature of the machine that I was building. the true nature of Mr. Jubber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Jubber are working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring research grant money. When I was about venturing in the closet, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled on the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Jubber described. When the smoke started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. I really didn't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Heard that there was suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Venzix. My lord? I've always been made newly aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. It is Mr. Jubber. Other information about that man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. Before we convene, I should be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he stands accused for. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Oh, he confessed to the court, so they're gonna have to... He's basically guilty unless we find that he was lying. Listen, Naruto. Oh yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. You have no idea, Professor, what Mr. Joe was really up to, I mean? Or what he was really constructing? Naturally. If she was the embodiment of my hypothesis, all my hopes and dreams. Complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anything more. Sadly, the murder accusation still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Did it turn out to be the prestige? Not so far. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Just sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. It's been so long, Susato. Arriving late? Interest in my postcard. I wanted to let you know when I arrive. Postcard? What postcard? Hear that from you, Reno, so it would be a surprise. Oh, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. You know, some people pay good money for that. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that I sort of slipped out. Maybe we can see to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. She's a train that was late to London, Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard. So she wouldn't miss a trial. That sounds really mean. I was watching the gala for a while, but then I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So I'm glad to see you back in London. You're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. Hope I can continue being of service to you. Of course, so let's fly back. Mr. Mikotoba not professed. Let's save all that conversation for when back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. I did not expect to see her again. Or at least not in this case. Susato-san is back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, I was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. So I guess we gotta do more investigation. Oh, this room has been too long. Hasn't changed size though. It's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you left it. Has been some 6 months, true. So your father, alright, Susie, what happened? Father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. There's a telegram received saying he's fallen ill with some high fever for some unknown reason. That's right, so I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. It was all a trick. My father's in fine health. Obviously, I'm very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite an accident to be able to return home, or return to Europe actually. It's because of the grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. International Forensic is the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. Must tell us everything that happened while you're back in Japan. Of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter particularly grabbed my attention. Oh, you know who. About Kazuma. I know, I'll tell you all I can. Or Giselle bread. Thinking about it, this fear's been there since we first moved in, hasn't it? Sure, I told you before, Mr. Huddle. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. Well, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping out loose material. It's a spade. The spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. There were no survivors. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. Seriously. In that awful trial at the Supreme Court, father's mood changed entirely. Awful trial, oh yes. The murder of Giselle Bread. Oh, this is Amanda, Ninja Susie. Oh well, yes. Since one more have been in the courtroom, I had no other choice. Oh, amazing. Backseating. Don't you know? I suppose so. I want to play a false lawyer now. Wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think a mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Something else I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Sato. About the real reason why Professor Mikoto brought somebody back to Japan. In your letter, something to do with convict suit that we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. Very large dog collar we found with the B emblem on it. Seems that Mr. Natsume included a drawing in the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand when father saw the report returned white as a sheet. What would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, his daughter, and some time ago, but he stayed for 6 years. I'll imagine that something must have happened during that time. He refuses to tell me what it was, and I intend to find answers for myself. Besides that, for one, I won't keep any secrets. Oh, Susie. It's a very meaningful look for Sato's son is given Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. From Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Something of a honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is leading expert friends in medicine in the country after all. Who's the other person you mentioned? George, did you say? Yes, His Excellency George Seishiro Jigoku. Who met him, Naruto? That's here in Supreme Court. I have forgotten. Terrible trial viewers when accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as little as possible. I try to think of that as a turning point in my life these days. Oh, it's Judge Shiko who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'll be happy to never see that man's face in my life again. Oh well, anyway. His father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. Sergio won't arrive until next month, but well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with them and then he agreed to me going on ahead. It's about the symposium. It seems that Lord Stronghan put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand that Lord Stronghan organized the entire event himself. I think that he's hoping to achieve excellent results. He'll get the job of Attorney General. I thought he was already Attorney General. What is he? Chief Justice? What is he? Most senior position in the British justice system. Oh, he's Chief Justice. Hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. You cannot tell me this man does not look evil. Look at him. This man is up to no good. That's what father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Stronghan's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Stronghan personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Stronghan gave me a long speech about the very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on. Didn't really listen to much of it. I'll try it for you. Giselle Brand, a woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongfully accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brand, that's the name I won't forget as long as I live. The funny thing is though, since that's a name we should all forget. Sorry. Since I was in, our government intelligence service has been investigating Miss Brand. Well, it turns out an English woman of the name Giselle Brand didn't actually exist. Was a pseudonym or something? Didn't exist? How can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. What? She wasn't a student either. That was a front. A front? What on earth was she then? Miss Asian. Her name is all our intelligence office services government ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery, but that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. Hello, generic. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. What that woman have been up to? But yeah, I don't really know. There's only one thing we're sure of. So she has some business in her country that we don't understand. Now she's been killed. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Afraid so. Asian. Who on earth was she? Oh my god. Asian. Wasn't that... Wait. Wasn't that a character from League of Legends that they called Aoshin or whatever? How do they tie this to League of Legends, I wonder? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before? Have we? After my friend's Ray's trial, for a while she killed Miss by saying something very strange. I know the truth, I know you had a hand in what went on. The visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They didn't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, and that he'll never... Obviously I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited him in his prison cell and asked him what he was about to say about Kazuma-sama. What'd you learn? He died in a voyage to Great Britain. His body should have been unladen in the port of Hong Kong, passing the care of consular staff there. Should have been. As it turns out, his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? How did it disappear? Kazuma's body vanished. There's no way he's still alive, right? We saw his dead body, right? Government tried to cover up the fact, it seems. They tried to agree of an eclipse by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it seemed like he did. He didn't tell me. Still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. What's this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things happened at the SS Burial were definitely strange. But after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? I mean, did you want to see his body again? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruto, it's too much to bear. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Press your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruto. Kazuma-sama was discovered. Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Definitely examine the body. I remember clearly. Oh, you're right. So Kazuma hadn't been dead at all. And that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason he would have possibly done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Is like Mr. Sholmes like a giga brain mastermind? He's pulling every string or something? What's happening? The idea he might still be alive somewhere must be filled with hope, but I can't let it. Cause it turned out to be not true. But back at the bottom now, awful pit of despair again. Careful what that might do to me. Oh, Mr. Sato. I know she's given an idea that it deserves suicide design after all. So probably shouldn't push it now. I didn't even know she was sitting there. Must be a year ago now. I read a long story about my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's great exploits. I call it the Hands of the Baskervilles. That Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, but the manuscript nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. For some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? You wouldn't tell me how you came to know it. Yes. But you promised I'll explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh? I'm always sorry I cut this for me so long, Iris. It's a complete accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. I was a short while before I left Japan. I was cleaning Father's cellar. I saw something on his writing desk, a large box of papers. There's a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, Hound of the Baskervilles. What? Baskerville story? Of course I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Just out there, what are you doing? Oh, Father? Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Put it out of your mind, sorry. Not that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand? What was our manuscript doing in Japan? No idea, but why would you think that's a Herlock Sholmes story? But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would have never guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. Why would he have it? When I return to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but you first to answer any of my questions. There's no sign of the big box in his office. That's weird. It's really all I know about it. No doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Nahato, ready to start investigating if you are. In every detail about the keys to memory. And Iris has told me that the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well, so you're fully abreast of the situation, are you, Mr. Sato? Despite nothing less, to be honest. I think our first protocol with you investigated this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. It's a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in science and magic. So we need to go arrest him. Oh yes. Must know the truth about this case. I agree with that. Find the man. Sounds like the case is tracking someone down. Not for the police or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? Don't have much time, so we should get started right away, I think. Good idea. Best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? Going to Brixton Road Trilla for the herb market. Well, let me know later how you get on, won't you? That was a little rough. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Anyone here? No. Experiment this usage, man to spell. I believe we go to man to spells because that's where Herlock is probably. Oh yeah, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Oh my, no one is called the House of Horrors. I like to turn my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Grace gonna miss your crib sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but no shine? No sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. You should be here investigating the abduction in the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose they'll come back again later. Oops. Oh, I don't want to examine that again. Guess he's not here. Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the room house quarters. Sans is a man to suppose special exhibit. Since if I actually got inside. I know, can you believe that I paid more money as if we haven't been scared enough already? It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. Did I just see Ginny playing with a dog? I had no idea there was so many people in the world. What do you mean? It's really packed here today. First of all, as we're taking 2 hours to make our way through our crowds at this point. As in, I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I really do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling your lad would show your mugs before long. Oh, it's Brother Grayson. See your hardest work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. Saw the ceremony. We just saw each other in court this morning. Now you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman is so loyally at your side. Oh. Oh, thank you, Inspector. I'm glad to notice. He might be a little rough around the edges, but he's still a proper Englishman. At heart, I suppose. I don't know, maybe we can play with the dog. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the crime scene some more. Yeah, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oh, get over here, Gina. He's playing with the dog. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving a traditional East End training. Gina, she's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. Got a detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. We're going to be posted then. We'll come see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely, but welcome to try. Don't mind the truth to friends, that is. To friends! I've been working in the player's police prefecture. Should be right up my alley. France is a entirely different country. I don't understand. Why are you being sent there? That's the way the world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? I can't leave her in London. Who knows what will become of her? Suppose she's worried about she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh. Of course. So that's playing on in Inspector Grace's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned this to Gina, so don't go blabbing here. No, of course not. I'll keep that diving diva safe and sound till it's all over at least. Or did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So heard that, did ya? Alright, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them over to a capable detective diva here. Oh, you're the boss. Put your Gina Lestrade's in charge now. Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So Gina, got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Toby's his name. How delightful, he's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But the not so lovely is by the aggressiveness, but in my mind, to be honest. Gina, we're actually hoping that we'll investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. So around here, you could do what you like. But it's alright then. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby. The next floor must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. And I haven't seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Saws. Oh. Saw a guy told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near the wreck. Call again, the reason we're supposed to touch it. Special dispensation for scientific women act. Is that what you're thinking of? So on. That's why oil damn law allowed to investigate it. What do they call again? The forensic something? Forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. Is it a case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. Still supposed to get some permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Loris Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Loris Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. But he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can investigate the stage. It was great, were not? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about how I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It's amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment is total fix. Biology professor, as you put it, is Mr. Naruto's client. Please, I'm sorry to wish he wasn't though. Boss I feel sorry for, so now this is impossible. What do you mean? Supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? Now on top of trial and all. No dodgy engineer, what's his name again? Mr. Drubber, you mean? Enoch Drubber? That's the one, yeah. So police are looking for the mysterious man with a black monocle. Yes, it would be. Putting too much on my little boss. He says it's giving him gut-ache. Oh dear, I wonder if that's actually not from the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drubber. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes that won't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got in. Sorry, who? You know, Stalin Reaper with all his plugging down glasses of blood pink ponk. Lord Van Zeeks. He always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know why he was always scowling out mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She's rather the Reaper's apprentice and the dentistry me. Well, I see it. If the choice is between ship guzzling detective and chalice guzzling demigod, you're equally bad off with both. Suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Demigod. I'll put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is everyone at the yards did say I'm finding this fishy engineer. But there doesn't seem to be any clues to go on, they're all stuck. Nothing that can lead us to trouble at all. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Boy, don't be so phlegm and rude, Otto. It's not an overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Nobody's how they put it. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry. Give him a proper title and everything. Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now. I thought he was in Germany as a part of the city policing. There is a treating criminals and such like. They have such a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments I haven't. It's not fun compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh really? According to what the boss said, once someone gets a good whiff for your drawers, could chase us into the other side of the world. What, to the other side of the world? You mean you can swim? Listen, Naruto. I think you might miss the point by a rather wide, large margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such a incredible skill. Tell you, Otto, there's gonna be more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. It's agree. Alright. One of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, he'll be your first police dog. Found him in the East End the other day. Someone just chucked him out in the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh Gina, you're such a con artist, aren't you? Children and animals. I was hoping that the dog could sniff the crossbow and find the guy. There's a scorch on the guy I mentioned earlier. After the green balloon's envelope. Clear evidence that the balloon exploded on the other day. Poor Professor Hairbrain. You'll fall sorry that his dreams were shattered like this. So as well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Haha. Ouch, I'm a bad person. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing him in such close proximity with my own eyes. I'm really looking for the Miss Great Exhibition now, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, well I found the return to Japan. I'm afraid I cursed my luck. You're back in London gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I just wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Oh, I thought I'm Mr. Strongheart. Is that the Mr. Debber? Is that him? Oh, who is that besides Lord Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before, or maybe it's not. Ah, the young champion of the court. Had some success this morning, I understand. Maybe throw the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Damn science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. Country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. More evangelistas in Whitehall as we speak giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, didn't mean to cause any trouble. That is your responsibility. Government's entirely to blame for have been taken in. Special disposition that prevents investigation in the scene will be unknown later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Go later then, Strongheart. Yes, thank you. Oh, who is that? The Zather Coroner's Scotland's esteemed chief coroner. I knew that name looked familiar. Yeah, it's her, Courtney Scythe. Don't tell me you're the real Reaper. Your name is Scythe. I just realized your name is Scythe, like a Reaper. Wait, generic. Or, I guess I did, I don't know about you. She's in the forensic investigation team handling of this case. She was just telling her report on the victim, in fact. Oh, I see, about Dr. Asman. Following the outcome on the trial earlier, it's the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. Funded in the forensics laboratory. Alright. Now, what were you here to see me about? I'll give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. No, she's not the police boss, she's a forensic lead in the coroner. So he's not running quite particularly late anymore. Harako is a forensic investigation team that you mentioned before. British Empire police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. First created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? This month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of full-scale forensics division. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer daily. What do you mean? Far too long, the scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum are about to be rounded up and burned at the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. Create the finest police force the world has ever known. To protect honor in our future. Look at those eyes, he reads every word. Dr. Sides is an extremely reliable coroner. When I've officially established the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh yes, my lord. Father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way over to represent the Empire of Japan. Why is he backlit? I don't know why. He's so scary looking. Maybe he's the ore farmer. Yes, that's right. Honestly, he will arrive at the later beginning of next month. Are you acquainted with Shanghai? Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It's many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. My memory serves, is about 15 years ago that the father came to Britain as a visiting student. The year I was born, so it's 16 years ago in fact. How old is he? Riko Noba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness of politeness of the Japanese at the time impresses greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part anyway. I didn't think that you were. After Riko Toba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. Saint Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Other side is also there, as it happens. And the other side knows my father, does he? Does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. No doubt they knew each other superficially. Dr. Mikotoba was studying for a subject 6 years total. 6 years is a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left behind his newly born daughter and went overseas for 6 whole years. He's like fine wine. Rather troubling time at home. Oh. Pop's father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I want to ask you about Lord Van Zieks actually. Heard his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor. Targeted nobles and relatives, that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. Done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was a very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother Clint Van Zieks was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals would manage to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Others started to say wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. The Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother. Ever since that time, he's become a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh, it's so strong. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Very well versed in science, then. Not in the slightest. But you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, in this special disposition, legally preventing an investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours after Slide's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Be able to look is better than nothing. Now I'll be able to see it too. Time is up. You have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We're sure sorry to have troubled you when you're so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? You want to go into the friend's lab? Oh, this doesn't seem bad at all. There's blood on the table. There's a human skull in a jar. But this is it, Dr. Sai's laboratory. Chemical smell really salts the nose. It's probably to salt the eyes here too. Just so the doctor isn't here. We're here now somewhere with some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. Could have a look around and be careful not to upset your restless souls. All these bottles on the shelves and cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Oh, that's worrying. Cause there was things that look like salt and pepper shakers there. Oh yes, and they also say salt and pepper on them. Dr. Fuzz spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps there's some meals here sometimes. What goes on even when you're surrounded by death? With this big thick book here, appears to be a counting ledger. It's a record of forensic team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? Clearly the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? Buy 500 scalpels every month. 500? That must be very hard. Work really hard dissecting corpses. I don't know, judicial autopsies are only carried out in special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened too. Does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpel blades a month. What are we all using them for? What are you doing? Ah. What is this music? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought to snoop around. It's acceptable from to you people from the east, is it? Well, what do you want? No one's trying to hold this, you see. It was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asman's body, I mean. I came to ask you about your findings. No Strongheart's advice. Very well. Castlevania vibes. It must be the harpsichord. If Lord Chief Justice gives this consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. Once we're done, you must leave immediately. But this, what a magnificent display case. Here would have been polished to high sheen and intricate carving to behold. Western cabinet makers are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto. Mrs. Sato, heard you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case. It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I'll say I wouldn't cope there. I know. They haven't twitched since we come in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. Their text still reminds Mr. Naruto. Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that. Trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think it would probably be wise to put the armament that on display in your office instead. Oh, that's a very nice sentiment. But you know, things happen in the real world. I suppose this is Dr. Sai's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. Very tired though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. Chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton that watches over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Oh yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Darman doll watching over me, that's all. Large yards has little things floating around inside them. Suppose they're food liquors or something, or like pickled umabushi-pon like we made at home. Now father jars like this in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Five examples of some rare medical conditions. This is that though. There are some things in the world that I'm perfectly fine to never know about, ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm pretty sure they're fruit liquors and umaboshi, aren't they? Of course. Everyone says sharp tools. If you're considered in isolation, they look all quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem horribly disturbing? Let's not to ponder too deeply. Still a large tomo plant. That makes me wonder though. I could never concentrate on bookwork with the acrid odor of chemicals in the air. To have a cast iron constitution. A really terrible sense of smell. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined for the examination of the scene? It told Mr. Odi Osman, who was disappeared from the experimentation stage amid the explosion. Osman, who appeared moments later from partway up the Crystal Tower. Without question, one is the same person, but that can't be right. The elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it carried out. See, if two people look very similar to each person involved. Could make an appearance if one person is switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, was not the case. The person who disappeared and the man who reappeared was the same person. Fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Fingerprints are not officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day they will be used in investigative aid as a matter of course. Come on, but that would mean instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? Who must tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions? Anything fun on the weekend? Oh, not really. Kinesis is impossible, but that the body didn't move from one place to another. This didn't clear anything up at all. Makes the whole thing even more a mystery. What? What's this? Who are you? Where are you spring from? You just called Dr. Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. So I'm a defense lawyer. Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Otto, you're pale as a corpse. And so let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. She's one with the blaze. Passing by me again now. Please, please, I love fish and chips. Those need special permission. Gina. First, you're hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If that's around here, you can do what you like. Try, is it? Go play with my new puppy here. Here's Toby. Oh, I read this before. Actually, we've just received recent scene launch wrong, right? Okay? Why you met him? I sent the boss's call to go see him. Waited for 3 hours in the Cove's office and came back civilian. Tragic. Wrong button. Well, let's try to give us permission to examine the scene. As long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah. Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. Turns out you're lying. But the boss who gets it will never eat a chip again in his life. So you're saying this is all above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, the stairs, off we go. Thank you, Gina. Wait, was this cage here yesterday? I don't remember it being here before. Oh my, so this is the machine. I was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right, or rather was the machine. It's looking a little worse for wear at the moment. What surveillance Professor Herbert wanted in order to in the research grant. No. Professor's truth as well, we didn't know anything about it. Of course, it was amazing though, wasn't it? Skeleton is very British. I heard about that. It was just a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, Okazan? Barack Van Zeeks. So I think we're more or less done here then, shall we? Already? Still if we remember, we do well to keep our distance with you. We have permission to be here from the top. Perfectly allowed to investigate this machine, so as if we don't touch anything. From the top, do you mean Lower Strongheart? Exactly. So we're gonna stay here and stare at this wreckage as long as we like. Could have been at the center of explosion here and still wouldn't bend her steel will. This wasn't here yesterday. Really. If I'm not mistaken, it's a cage from which the victim was in before the current beamed through the air. Right. Birdcage. According to what Professor Herbert said before, it's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been an explosion and then falling from great height, it's relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? sure that the forensic team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Once they brought her back when they finished with the work. Sadly, not with the body inside of it. And that's right. I were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. It's still a pretty important piece of evidence overlooked. We might need it for the trial. Oh, look like here, Mr. Sato. Alright, so wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. And the height of the bloom is falling down the crucial tower below. About 30 feet or 9 meters. Even the men inside tragically dead. Or is there anything else to look at? What a terrible explosion it must have been. Some of the steel girders have been buckled and twisted by the blast. What they call the Berkey is right in the middle of it all here. Look, Mr. Naruto. Little girl on the floor. It looks as though they're designed to open. Oh, this isn't it? The floor had opened in the precise moment the explosion occurred. Berkey would have dropped through and disappeared from sight. How did this no doubt there's a very elaborate hoax is there? The horn-shaped transmitting device, isn't it amazing? That's what I thought when I first saw it as well. You think, doesn't it? If I had been normal and none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I could predict what you're gonna see next in that case. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. He tried the Joseph Joestar technique. Did not work. However much I look at them, I can't come across rooms with Tamara hand balls floating in the sky. Glad at the constantly since we came up here. Sorry, the feeling of wanting to ride one and wanting to never set foot on one I find inside me. If you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I noticed. It's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with Ryan one. Mr. Otto would really be much safer that way. Least approachable men in the world when they're 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country resistance stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry into this area is prohibited. The thing is... Lord Chief Justice Stronghold granted us permission to investigate. Condition that we not disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah. Never mind, it's your business then. Come to think of it. What if the things I like to ask for Benzies abound? Not least which is that awful piece, even though it's something to do with this. Let's go ahead, Mr. Naruto. You wanna know if it's just try. So, Clint is the name of your older brother, I understand, or Venzix. You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh no, it's not like that. Oh, alright, maybe it's a bit like that. Maybe just a tiny bit. Older brother is also a prosecutor who is a pride of Van Zeke's family, but tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. That's who you mean. Is something funny? Some of what you've discovered is it. I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? More to it then. Lackluster work is very much a trademark, isn't it? Oh, you're too kind. Are you gonna tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what is your interest in our historic incident? As it happens, or at least, there is a rather curious case that come to our attention. We're aware of the Madame Tussauds Waxwork Museum. I am, naturally. I believe that it's this last month I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. He's in the museum? Of course, the finished Reaper the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork had been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Particular waxwork, which, wait, you mean... is the professor. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. Sir, why doesn't she... Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drug already? Surely that goes without saying. Very good to see him fine as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on besides the description of men we heard in court earlier. According to Professor Hairbrain, is of a tall, thin gentleman with straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So just wondering if, I realize it's probably not possible, but would like any more clues you can give us? Oh, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? Have a photograph of the man for investigation 10 years ago. First, I never had a black monocle at the time. What? Oh, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We'll all need the man's testimony court tomorrow, which means we'll have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the shortest time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Vengeance? Sometimes you just can't work him out at all. See him again. And the father requested a trial tomorrow. Thank you. Alright. Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Venji's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Just at this I could see it too. Was this Kazuma? Lord Venzix. May we speak to your apprentice for a moment? Tim, why? He's been given order not to speak, right? Kazuma-sama. He's alive? Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. Can only be you. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? He's alive and he's been his apprentice? I saw something strange the first time we encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Could it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What's your interest in my apprentice exactly? Others if you know the man or something. Since when he's been in Yurika. I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. I'm not sure how you introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. Venzix turned into a vampire. Maybe. Wait, the sergeant's mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? Man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail of himself. Well, that's convenient. His amnesia. Why will he appear in court at my side? What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Okay, thank you. If I saw a reaction there. When Shisato's son called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You already met that masked man, haven't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday in fact. At Lord Benji's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, that means Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. Going to need to speak to him about that. Going to have to leave now. Frenzy investigation team are due to arrive shortly. They'll find you here. It'll cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affair problems. Oh, we could do without that. Alright, on your way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. I can't believe he's alive. She doesn't look like the preacher either. I went to visit the scene again. Yeah, alright. Around here you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Let me play with my new friend here. Oh, we already read this. I can look around and search because the friends of the investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Nina? Your capacity is Inspector Lestron. Look, I'd like to help you out. I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. Of course it's you, yes. You're still not here, huh? No one here. Oh, we visit here. Visit here. He's not there. Do we visit a prison or something? What's on the docket? I don't know. What's he doing? He's... oh my, the whole wall's covered in mathematical equations. You're so right more now. Professor, turned it up. Oh wow, Mr. Naruto, and who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. Oh, this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. Oh, your apology too, Professor. The image is deliver what I promised you like more than this morning. Oh no. Whole thing, the whole miserable affair. What happened because I've been a complete utter clod? That's your hair brain? What have you been working on yourself? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Most really so fun on DSC are simple had to write down. They're always all hand in hand. Poses some new hypothesis. We need to surpass super high voltages to use kinesis maybe? No actually, this is my autobiography. How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I don't think you should call it that. I don't think you should call it that. Unless you visited a certain island, I don't know if you should call it that, man. That's crazy. Were you hanging out with Sean Combs by any chance? Let me know if you were hanging out with him. I find I can represent my odd fortunes and all of my odd numbers with an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really. Wanted to pick off all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing. Can't put the man's optimism, that's for sure. Okay, well, for now, would you mind me talk a little about my body piece? Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Assman and that aloof engineer Jabber. We're not gonna have to sit through another explanation of all the equations, are we? As long as he doesn't say it again. Please do not say it again. Everything I believe in is turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There's no real other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work. But in the end, there's nothing worth protecting. It's not my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to treat the public. Oh no, of course you didn't. Of course this morning I realized something. Oh. If we had done something wrong without knowing it. Still done something wrong, logically it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Yours is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Brock did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing his case. Oh no, Brock wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he though? I think I understand it now. Why was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean? After a terrible accident happened, no one would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. feel like she dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any prosecutor had been taking the case, if it was anyone other than Barack, sure the prosecution will declare my hypothesis complete utter nonsense. In case you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly. It would have been a fate worse than death for me. Barack insists I was a proper man in science from start to finish. I think that's why he... I know very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul... Despite all Mori trying to think he's a murderer, didn't he? Oh, really, that part of the analysis seems to have some flaws within it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? You think he said to trick me from the very start? Hard to say, that does seem likely, yes. First man of interest in him as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I read and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. So enthused, he was so emphatic. In reality, he was some mastermind of vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the mission was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. The scale of it wasn't just some small trick. A very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. Let's work to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course. No a loser engineer. It's Enoch Jubber. The engineer magician swindler. It was about a year ago when Asman first brought Mr. Jubber to my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times and discussed details of my kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. Why, what do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man was a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. The righteous man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Sure, there's no clues that you can give us about his whereabouts. Sorry. We're willing to discuss the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. Oh, workshop. Strawberry's enormous fabrication laboratory where he destroyed the microwave machine. Then why would you say something like that? Why didn't you mention this before? You're not Strawberry's workshop. Ever since you might find them in there. So you went to Strawberry's place of work then? There's just one to understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. You couldn't find it. Go there at once. There's a good chance you'll find Strawberry there. Oh, that's definitely sure, as in, I'm sure you're not gonna want to hear this. I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the whole way there. Blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. This is incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil uses the very best. A special French machine oil is impossible to obtain in Britain. How the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Force across the words to get their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Oh, the machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruto. I'm not sure I like to start with that. Suppose you don't know where the car workshop's address, Professor. You'll have a business card for Mrs. Driver, for example. Yes, I do. He gave me his business card one. It's right here. Look. Let me see that. So etiquette to the win, why don't you? Enoch Driver, engineer. First, that's all it says. There's no address. No, oh well. Friends say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Star smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Oh yes, Professor Herbert mentioned something about the oil Mr. Driver uses silently. It's especially important, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. That's right, but most importantly, it's supposed to be more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse a moment. Oh, that doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect there's a tiny amount on here. Maybe if they go into the dog or something. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning letters at the moment. I don't know A to E, so if there ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, I got the card that's important. Eh, how come? It's just that there was smudge on the back, that's all. Turns out that is very high quality French machine oil. Very particular scent apparently. You don't say it. Let me have a whiff then. Sure, I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean you should smell it. Alright, I mean Toby. Toby, the senses smell so good you can track people over oceans, can you? Professor Herbert informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think it's picked up the scent. So if it follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop. That's right, that's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, when did you? One's a pickpocket. I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, you know, I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. What then, Otto? Leave it to me. Sorry? I'm gonna go after that dodgy near cover right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard during this here the whole time. Burger can't help. We need to go on an investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, never mind. Go with me and work gets in and now can be the boss. Hello, K2. Welcome. Poor Gregson. Again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil in Avia. Come on then, boy. See you later. I hope this end the oil leads them to that swimmer's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. A little before this dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating here. We're just determined the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. Sure, Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Miss Drum at this point? All these things to discuss, I'm dying to meet him after these months. Quite possibly you might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find out Madame Tussauds. Supposed to be there working in a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, I also remember his latest unusual venture. Alright, where is he? Here we are again in the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. So I had to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Sato-san is really after something sweet today, isn't she? It's so relatable, honestly. What's the matter? Look, Vizziato, look at that waxwork. Quite sure I wasn't there before. Oh, it's him again. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry, I think you're fine. This is a temporary waxwork exhibit himself. Ah, a friend of mine, dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. Runosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. Precious waxwork is right back where it belongs. You don't mean... Yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Shrimp can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties... Lords do not disturb, huh? Poor Zatsudan, she looks very perplexed. We really do need to speak to Mr. Holmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. Where is he? Don't look now, but the waxwork is moving. I think you'll find. He's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. World's famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Holmes. Susan-san! Susan-san! She fainted. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering a TC free deduction at some point. As long as our questionable street food quality, I don't understand why you're working as a waxwork here, Mrs. Holmes. Really a secret identity, you understand? So the case is largely solved now. Largely solved. Talking about the waxwork reduction, I presume. Indeed, we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it is easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'll be ready to take part of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far, for that matter. Somebody get this man a pie. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. How did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway. I still play negotiate with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold conversation with people far away. In Japan, only imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning a phone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate the terms and then the wax will be returned. It's amazing. It's between you and I. I fear that the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom. Today perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep in mind to spell at all costs. Hungry young Iris awaits my return in Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do since you have some business with this great waxwork. Let me guess, it's gonna look like whatchamacallit. You're in the process of trying to track someone down. Oh? It's the man of Enoch Trouble. Wonder who do Professor Harebrand and the engineer built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. Seems to be a conjurer of sorts with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We need to locate him before trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Have any ideas? I have no idea yet. Help a mistake to have good ideas before one has data. I knew something about the man's appearance, Alice. Might be a better person to help. Yes, Strawberry's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. See if I include no matter how small, you can have my thoughts on it. Mrs. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, stay that person still. What is this about? Let's venture over on our first way to Britain aboard the steamship. The words were very clear, so then, let's unravel the mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Notice it was murder. Examine the cause of someone's body. Indeed, and where lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. Quite sure. He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. Yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. Must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Oh, I could only assume I was sucked up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. Oh, you don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto? Who believe a crewman present at the time could make a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of my first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. Serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court you'll find yourself on the great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. So mysterious. Cast your eyes over this photograph of print. So, trouble. The face of an engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So, looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, forgive me. Very interesting, miss. Very interesting indeed. Because this is the guy who gave you back the waxwork sculpture. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Harako. Would you indulge me? Oh well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. A person really saw it in the exhibit which was taken behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, that's your exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? It's a special one-time only price, you understand? Fine. Opportunity won't come again, am I? Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Am I crazy, or was there a wax statue behind me like 2 seconds ago? And why is it gone now? Am I losing it? There was a guy here with a hat and everything. Oh well, we have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we can postpone. Price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's very well worth it. Are you? You've been quite serious, Mr. Sholmes. Surely you only look up my expression to ascertain if it's seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Hello, and her. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. This behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so go and see this special exhibit. It's gonna look like that guy, isn't it? Oh, not that. It's gonna look like OD Asman, I feel like. Those curtains seem heavy at last. Oh, he's back! Where did he come from? Well, policeman is here, obviously. Can't still believe he happened to be in the jury, though. Especially that London is population 6 million people, and yet you will seem to run the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Five shouldn't get the pay. Doesn't seem right that Mr. Sholmes slips his money in his own pocket, does it? No. Oh, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. They gotta stop using that word, man. This is what makes Britain great. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. You guys are just reacting to that. You missed the guy writing a book called how they diddled and fiddled with me. An autobiography. You missed that part? His rather resin comes off rather well on this, I think. We were driving in that car. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, it's missing a head. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as I walked in here. Where's Susato? Let's say we turn our heels and go home. We are a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. I paid 5 shillings already. True. Really, I'm looking a little more closer. We paid a good money to see an exhibit that clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Sholmes heavily implied a big clue about the engineering here, thingy, but where? Still about 5 shillings. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we'll get what we paid for. So fear of frustration is making Susato's voice tremble. All the exhibits just as the sermon's arrest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. There's a large shovel in his hand too, look. Actually, that's a spade. Perhaps we should investigate a little more in detail. What is this here? Oh, it appeared to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera. Camera, but it's so small. First technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think he should try to treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as an exception to the rule. Anyway, why would a man be at the graveyard at night with a camera? I do wonder, perhaps he's trying to capture the moment a dead body came back post in film? Or just borrow this for a little while, I presume. I'll look inside the photograph plate inside the camera. We can see what picture was taken. What's the photograph look like? It's a piece of glass coated with a special motion that works with the light coming through the lens. Open the back cover of the camera, we should be able to find it. See for yourself, says the sign. Eyes are shiny. You really like machinery, don't you? What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing the shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato, yes. That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Been through this, Mr. Aho. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate what the man was doing with the implement. So we're gonna bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the river in the first place? That's a real question. What the large lamp the man's carrying? Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin pepper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. Point this has very little light. To be walking in a grave while carrying only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Oh, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. I have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Something wrong. There's no plate. It's been removed. Oh, what a pity. What if you think about it? Wouldn't be an actual camera is used at the time, just like the waxwork is an actual person. So we never find photograph of friend that actually come to come back to life anyway. Oh yes, you're quite right. Of course she said this on. She looks devastated. More information, there's blood on it. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. His father tells us all the time of his rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Look, Mr. Naruto. What is it? On the umbrellas right here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Haha. Ha. This must be a killer, if we known as the professor. As I think so, according to what Madame Tuspa said. But 5 victims, all of noble royal blood. Oxford's so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Only had a hit, that is. I'm sure to examine it with closer detail. I'm gonna guess it's gonna start moving. So this is a condemned man. Yes, so-called professor. Perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from the grave as a headless ghost. You have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato. I'm sure that Ma had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? This shows absent-minded forgot to reattach it. It's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Perhaps the thief absent-minded forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. However, I'm an absent-minded thief. But there have been some reason when the head hasn't been returned. Or whatever the reason, we don't know the face of the professor looked like, do we? Oh. Isn't it caught inside a jacket there? It's like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, isn't it? Okay, we've seen that before. Where did such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been thick to increase its strength. Why? Perhaps because the glass had been spread on a particularly wide area? This is a big building, perhaps. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some glass that was broken too? We don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. How would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork? What do you think, doesn't it? Earlier report established that the kinesis machine was a trick. Now we discovered this fragment of glass here and this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Of course not. There's nothing else to look at here. I guess not. Everything? You see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if we just... Oh. You think we should permanently exhibit this material, Hodo? Hold back exactly what the words, don't worry. Ah. What on earth? How can... I believe a black monocle. Shahodo, is it possible this man is yes? Enoch Drebber. Colors are different, but it's unmistakable him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. Suppose it's over President Hunt, I believe. Yes, that's fine. Who is this man? Why is he in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? That was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. And the case isn't solved, is it? And I see so myself, largest solver in my words, I believe. Just look at the missing head. Toot the sweet. Toot sweet? Is that how you spell it? As Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Very hungry artist awaits my return in bakery, preferably with rations. Og. Do you know though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, in suppose in the House of Horrors, supposed to depict real events, are they not? It's not too sweet. That's what I thought it was spelled like. Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. Terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. This one surely could never really happen, could it? Here's Tama educate you a little. But the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you about the professor yesterday, did I not? The life of 5 victims. Each one being either a member of aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped out from their bodies. Oh, are these the hounds of Baskerville? Gosh, enormous hound, how awful. After taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. His case are unpresented to magnitude and burden, you see. Accordingly, the professor was tried in close court. No members of the public were permitted. Close quarters, I mean a professor's identity. As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Actually, he was found guilty and somebody sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery. She joins the rear prison where he was held. However, it was not the end of the affair. Oh? Every night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlight graveyard. Exhibit here depicts the very scene as described as a sole witness of these chilling events. As a witness? Of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than Enoch. The young man in a white overcoat. Enoch Driver, he saw it happen. This waxwork is the mob of Enoch Driver. 10 years ago, with the professor having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from the grave at the dead of night. So witnesses an unimaginable scene. Was this young man. First, I would say he's about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young drummer ran to the nearest police station to report the incident. Fear traveling scene and said turned his hair white overnight. Yes, it's shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. Following through these, story what he's seen was on the front page of the Capital. Paul was very frantic about every last detail about the killer who came back to life. As you see, the exhibits great here at Madame Tuspel's. When staring at the man's hair turned white suddenly, you'll understand. Well, Mr. Driver was over here in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. So what was he up to? After the actions threw London to upper class into complete panic 10 years ago. Great scandal, I must say. The very highest level of society. Since the killer identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been suspected to employ a dog as a weapon of murder. Imagine the case, like the case must have had. In due time, of course, the rumors abated. So due to the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. God dismisses his dubious ghost story. Monstrous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there's no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. But what do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the low grave and low gate cemetery and published their findings. Thomas' body was found to prepare exactly where it has been following execution. That would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and newspapers. Appeared to be the only logical explanation, yes. He got messed up with advantage from society and nothing been heard of since. It's rather striking that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course a convicted murderer could not really come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. That really did happen overnight as a result of shock. Hard to believe that the incident was an out-and-out lie. What the bleeding Nora though? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Us ours as if we were you be, so Gina, that's allowed in the museum. Marriage as well will have you take position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern. There's some flash progress 6 months ago, so alright Gina, we understand. Please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. We should try better than one at the other end of the barrel. So what brings you, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? Found it. Found the Dodgy Cove's workshop. What? Found Drebber's workshop. Yep. Toby's notes hook up. It's right there. Austin and I are heading over right now in the drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the box to write down. Thank you, Gina. We'll make our way over there at once. Alright then, see you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. One. I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mrs. Sholmes, you're coming. No worries harm me, but I must say, I already shirk my duties here. Madam will have me paid monetary recompense and our dinner plate will be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. This is not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I should hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes. I shall pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's save here. I didn't realize it's so late. Oh my god, it's so late. I need to go to bed. This is definitely when it's time to be like, oh, I want to binge the whole thing right now, but like, Ace Attorney does that, I guess. Have a good night, guys. Sorry for making you stay up late. Fine long video. Yeah, but like 12 hours. Yeah, that would be crazy. 24 episode anime, basically. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Make sure you go to bed, eat food, drink water. See you next time.